I've decided to, stay on this screen for the intros instead of, like that. It's more stylish. Add a little text because, I'm not a. I just don't know. I didn't know what else to add. Anyways. So today, we're going back to building. Let me just post this. Going back to building. I was looking around multiplayer and I was like, I don't know how I'm going to even manage that. You see most of the servers, they're empty. It really adds nothing to the... It's like playing single player online. Honestly. There's nothing on and popping. Not servers with huge populations. Don't expect them to. But you never know. I was thinking maybe could try tomorrow during the late show or the delayed show, the shorter stream. I don't know what to call it. It's just Friday. It's just what happens on Fridays. But I'm not sure. Anyways, we're back here with Bob, the guy who's building stuff, decided to building stuff, doing the building of stuff with Bob, who likes to build. He can fix things. That's about it. And since it's night and we're building, we just, launch right into, well, let's save it. Let's first explore let's explore the thingies, the airbase, get supplies, whatever supplies it has for us, and then we do the building. Let's just put the katana in there too. Empty backpack, more exploring time. Yeah, since we missed out on a lot of country, let's go to the country station. I always listen to None when it's available. Are you kidding me? I love None. I was thinking about Over Easy before I started streaming. And here we are at Over Easy.
Take this hurt lady, throw it in my
boy, the workbench decays. I hope there's a way to repair it. Or I'm just gonna have to get ready to make a new one whenever it finally dies. I wonder if I could hit this shot. Like, even though I knew the fucking ballistics, that's why not just aim this high. That looks like it was a bit high. Alright, this one. Alright, let's just we actually just go there. Maybe one tier higher. How in the hell? She's just like, you miss too much. I'm coming right at you. Don't worry, I'd do the same. Like, seriously? You can't be this bad at aiming. Let me just make it easier for you. Buddy, it's fair. You got the drop on me. You deserve it. Anyways. Totally had those shots, by the way. Well, that one shot. I mean, come on. It was right by the flare. Maybe it felt like right by her feet, and then she turned around to look at it, but then saw me up on the hill. But I don't have my high-vis stuff. Well, maybe the helmet's shiny. It's whatever, though. At least we know it works. Helps us be easily identifiable. Okay, I was like, is it really too heavy? No. Not sure that's church. Let's go this way. It's a beautiful night, moon's high in the sky. Having fun. 8 hours of building fun. Well, it's not going to be continuous building for 8 hours, but you know. Fun.
Picking up the pieces of my busted life. If she walked into this room tonight, I'd say, baby, won't you come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a baked potato. She spin me around and see you later on a hater, but a lover instead. yesterday. Got nothing new to talk about. Got nothing new to say. Anyway. I fell in love with a girl downtown. Then she walked away. That heart of coal, the sticks and stones, they put me here today. Hooray.
Don't let me use it through the wall. I mean, that would be abusable, but... Come on. Maybe I should save a flare for every time I go in here. Just gotta be real careful. Oh, come on, what's with this light? Maybe it's slipping into first person, that's the mistake. No, even then I said, maybe I just need a little light on my monitor, actually. Or maybe that other day was just unusually dark. I don't know. Maybe I was unusually blind, who knows. It wasn't during the daytime, I don't think. I mean, real life daytime. I mean, there was no ambient light coming through hitting my actual monitor so that I could, see. Anyways, I hate you so much, I stole your bicycle. It's all said and done, now honey, you won. Gonna leave for a while, walk out the door. Forget my troubles and move to Memphis, maybe change my name. Ever since you left me, crying at your door, I'll never be the same. I'll never be the same. Why is 44 and 38 easier to craft? Just because they're used in revolvers. A rimmed center. Are all these all rimmed fire? So rim fire. Well, 22 is also. Well, they're not. Yeah, 22 should be rim fire, right? It could be center fire too, but. Mostly used in revolvers and cutting. I know 44 is 357 just because it can be used in the deal. But that's also, well, I guess 357. Yeah, well, if it has a Magnum variant, it also has a normal variant. Don't mind me. I'm just working things out in this tiny, tiny brain. Takes a while to work through. How about this? This is the bathroom car. This is our outhouse. Yeah, just sit here for some privacy. Yeah, that's the idea. more driving skill. Anyways. Some other Ben Bostic trip. A Ben Bostic track that's not on country. Oh, it's for blues. We should probably like temporarily retire the sledgehammer while we have the chainsaw available. I guess we switch between the two at the car. That's the thing. And I figure out. Let's turn this off. That the chainsaw, yeah, it's great for logging, but we've seen it do horribly with sticks, and you need strength actually to, be able to reliably turn it on. Right now I got a 2.2 out of strength, so, I'm not a proficient chainsaw murderer yet. However, that will change one day. Bob has a dream of becoming a chainsaw murderer when he finishes, when he gets enough money to, I don't know. But until then, he works construction. That's the story here. That was his backstory. He worked construction until he gained enough money to become a professional chainsaw murderer. And now he just does that. Nah, that doesn't even gel with. Yeah, he went to jail for chainsaw murder. Anyways. Oh, and I also found out freaking small knives are probably good to, fill this thing with. Just doing a little, other game experimentation. I'll probably try with like a kunai or something. A metal knife. Something crafted. Let's see if that, see how much one charge of wall uses on that. Because I did with the shuriken, and I was like, what the heck? It's barely going down. In fact, let's do that, because, I have plenty of duct tape.
Put your timing to him.
Just couldn't resist, right? Call me Naruto, I'm throwing kunai. Alright, we got the general crisis theory from the Kings and Generals channel.
The 17th century was a period of unrest, war and revolution throughout the world. The 30 Years' War left Europe devastated, causing the death of millions via war, hunger or disease. The largest state in Europe, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, went through one of the worst events in its history, the Deluge. The first global empire of the world, and arguably the most powerful European state of the 16th century, Spain, was on the decline, losing some of the territories belonging to the crown. Britain saw a series of revolutions and rebellions in England, Scotland, Ireland, and even its American colonies. Russia and France were going through internal unrest too. The monarch of England was executed after a revolution, while the Ottoman Sultan was killed after a military coup. The most populous state of the world, China, had become ground for a bloody civil war, leading to the collapse of the Ming dynasty.
When hasn't it?
The Mughal Empire, one of the richest countries of the world, also experienced a civil war, leading to the killing and imprisonment of its former rulers. While these events do not seem interconnected, as they have happened in different parts of the world for seemingly unrelated reasons, some historians view these events of the 17th century as the general crisis of humankind. In this episode, we're going to view the events of the 17th century through the lens of the theory of general crisis. You know what a modern crisis looks like? The fact that hackers want to steal your data and money, the ISPs are snooping into your information, and streaming services and other platforms, kings and generals. The idea to view the 17th century as an extraordinarily dramatic and destructive period emerged gradually during the mid-1950s. In 1954, the French historian Roland Mosnier wrote about 17th century Europe, with crisis being the central theme. The century was mere trouble, agitation, chaos. Europe's societies seemed to be headed towards anarchy, dissolution. But the topic truly entered the mainstream historiographical discourse after the articles of the British historian Eric Hobsbawm, in which he argued that the dramatic events of the 17th century should be understood as a single, transformative social crisis, comprehensively covering all aspects of European life, regardless of the country. 5 years later, British historian Hugh Trevor Roper also claimed that there were common underlying reasons behind the chaotic events of 17th century Europe, and it would be reasonable to label them as a general crisis. Trevor Roper argued that the 17th century was a period where the conflict between monarchies and societies was reaching its high point, and the circumstances of the 17th century created ground for various incidents of confrontation between these sides in Europe. Indeed, other historians have made similar claims that the 17th century was the period of the birth of global modernity. The Renaissance and Reformation of the previous century had a powerful long-term impact on the masses, especially the new rising bourgeoisie, which sought more power, and power in Europe was shifting to the increasingly capitalist northern countries like the Netherlands and England at the expense of Spain. The 17th century became the period of the birth of global modernity, as Europe was transitioning from feudalism to capitalism, from agrarian economy to industrialization. In that sense, the general crisis of the 17th century was transformational in nature. Hobsbawm argued that the 17th century was the key moment in history, as England became the world's first bourgeois society. Initially, the general crisis theory was Eurocentric in nature, but British historian Geoffrey Parker added additional elements to this theory. He described similar chaotic events outside of Europe in the same period, and made the crisis theory truly global, while arguing that the Little Ice Age, the short-term climate change coinciding with the 17th century, was a common reason for boosting momentous societal events of the century. Let us look at the events of the 17th century to understand why historians have called its events the general crisis. First of all, the 17th century witnessed almost non-stop war in Europe. The 30 Years' War raged between 1618 and 1648, and involved virtually all major European powers of the time. But even beyond that, different conflicts took place in Europe. In the 6 decades between 1618 to 1678, Poland was at peace for only 27 years, the Netherlands for only 14, France for only 11, Spain for only 3. Beyond Europe, the Ottoman Empire had only 6 peaceful years, while China and the Mughal Empire continuously fought external and internal wars. The mid-17th century is the period which saw more wars than any other period until the 1940s. War brings death, long-term devastation of economic life, disease, and a decrease in trade, causing millions to die for war-related reasons. Popular revolts and internal conflicts also peaked in the 17th century. 25 major peasant revolts were recorded in Germany and Switzerland. England saw 2 revolutions, a civil war, the beheading of the king, alongside more than 50 food riots. France witnessed 2 frondes, civil wars where part of the aristocratic elite joined forces with the bourgeois, attempting to limit the king's authorities in the mid-17th century. In Spain, the Catalans rose against the monarchy, while Portugal fought to gain its independence. In Russia, a wave of rebellions in 1648 to 1649 caused significant trouble to the central government. In China, 80 major rebellions were registered in the 1630s, involving over 1 million people. Revolts would rock the political landscape of Eurasia, and while the majority of revolts did not result in long-term changes, the combination of the impact of them was leading to such a variety of results as increased mortality, more devastation, and increased tension between the crown and society. Death and destruction caused by wars, rebellions, diseases, and lack of supplies caused an unprecedented increase in human mortality in the 17th century. According to some claims, over half of the Chinese population perished in the 17th century. Modern German historians claim that the 17th century took 20 to 45% of the German population. The lands where the Fronde was active in France saw a decrease of about 1/5 of the population. In the Mediterranean region, famines, plague, and wars decreased the Italian population by 16% until 1650 and by 14% in Spain. Recent estimates claim that 30 to 45% of the population in the Holy Roman Empire perished. All in all, the population of Europe decreased by 5%, since the northern European countries, like Holland and England, had smaller mortality in comparison with the aforementioned European countries. The chaos and destruction of the 17th century was expressed by Thomas Hobbes in his famous Leviathan in 1651 in the following manner: "There is no place for industry, because the fruit thereof is uncertain, and consequently no culture of the earth. No navigation, nor use of the commodities that may be imported by sea, no commodious building, no arts, no letters, no society, and, which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death, and the life of man, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short." What was the reason for the general crisis? Destruction, wars, and revolts have been common occurrence throughout human history. So what makes the 17th century events so special and interconnected to call it the general crisis? Even during the 17th century, people were looking for reasons behind the widespread misery going on in the world. As usual, many contemporaries attributed it to the wrath of divine forces due to sins committed by humankind. The Welsh historian James Howell wrote in 1649 that God Almighty has a quarrel lately with all mankind, and given the reins to the ill spirit to compass the whole earth. The religious sentiment was even reflected in the Parliament of the British countries, as the preamble to an act passed by the English Parliament in 1642 called for all possible means to appease and avert the wrath of God, to end the distress, blood and civil war in England and Ireland. The Scottish Parliament blamed the drought, war and increased prices in 1649 on witchcraft, and issued some 500 commissions to persecute suspected witches in Scotland. Their contemporaries also linked the general crisis with astrological reasons. The Spanish Almanac, published in 1640, blamed eclipses and comets for the disasters, while prophesying that the solar eclipse of 1639 was going to produce political instability and misery for ordinary people. But other contemporaries blamed the poor weather and economic problems coming with it for the dramatic events of the discussed period, an argument developed by modern historians as well to explain the general crisis with climate change and economic reasons. English philosopher Francis Bacon called people to pray for good weather to overcome the problems experienced by government and society in his essay titled Of Seditions and Troubles. In Spain, the statesman Juan Chumacero blamed the lack of bread in Madrid on rain making the roads to the capital impossible to pass and to bring more flour. He blamed the weather on hunger and poverty running ravage in Spain. The Ottoman traveller in Egypt complained of the weather and lamented the need to wear furs because of the cold. In Ireland, judges took depositions from the population regarding the killings of Protestants, and it was said that 3 failed harvests caused Catholics to harass, rob and kill their Protestant neighbours. This demonstrates how bad weather and failed harvests ignited the existing enmities and grievances from mere complaining and distrust into large-scale chaos. Indeed, the climate of the 17th century was unfavourable. Telescopes in France observed only 100 sunspots for 8,000 days during the reign of Louis XIV. In comparison, it is fewer than a single-year average of the 20th century. Later in the 20th century, a solar physicist, Jack Eddy, stated that there had been virtually no sunspots between 1645 and 1715. At the same time, contemporaries complained of dust veils in the skies due to increased volcanic activity, and the dust arising from it blocked the sunshine. In 1651, a shopkeeper from Barcelona complained of the sun not shining for a year. In Korea, royal astronomers reported that the skies all around are darkened and grey, as if some kind of dust had fallen. 12 major volcanic eruptions happened around the Pacific between 1638 and 1644, causing volcanic dust to rise to the skies. Lack of sunshine caused an average decrease in temperature by at least 0.5 Celsius, causing bad harvests and famine. it is difficult to see a direct link between some of the events of the 17th century, like the 30 Years' War for example, where religious factors at first, and then the political and economic motivations of the states and ruling dynasties played a key role. It is doubtful that we can explain the revolutions and rebellions in England, Scotland and Ireland by merely blaming the Little Ice Age and the harsh weather it brought with it as the reason. Yet in numerous cases, we see a direct link between the weather and events. The rebellion in the south of Portugal in 1637 started mostly due to a severe increase in bread prices due to a drought. The drought was one of the main reasons behind the 1640 Catalonia revolt. The first urban riots of Tokugawa-era Japan started with rice shortages in Osaka, the kitchen of Japan. 3 disastrous harvests preceded the Irish Rebellion in 1641. Similarly, extremely bad harvests of 1647 and 1648 played a major role in revolts in Sicily, central Italy, Poland and Russia. The worst harvest of the century in Sweden in 1650 caused various societal forces in Sweden to demand more autonomy from the monarchy. But while the climate change of the 17th century had direct causation with bad harvests, droughts, increased poverty and hunger, and the rise of prices for bread and other food products, and the worsened life standards moved people towards rebellion, revolution or another type of political activity, it would be extremely simplistic to overlook other underlying political and economic factors. But Geoffrey Parker, the main proponent of the general crisis theory, does not claim that the climate was the sole or most significant reason for the political upheavals of the 17th century, rather arguing that the Little Ice Age was a common underlying factor exacerbating existing grievances related to human activities. Another more Eurocentric explanation of the 17th century's events is related to economic events of the age. Spain was the economic and political powerhouse of the previous century, rising to the pedestal of European power thanks to its shipments of gold, silver and other precious metals from the New World into Europe through Seville. But gold and silver imports caused inflation in Spain. In the early 17th century, Spain started experiencing problems with decreased silver shipments, increasing taxation due to the wars it was fighting, and the loss of its entire silver fleet to the Dutch West India Company, which forced Spain to devalue its currency. This chain of events led to the collapse of the Genoa-centered banking system. The economic decline, the demand decline due to weakened purchase capacity in the Mediterranean region, coupled with the disruption of European trade routes due to the ongoing wars, hit the northern and central Italian industrial activity and commercial leadership hard, gradually forcing it to lose industrial and commercial leadership to northern Europe, the Netherlands and England. These drastic changes were transformational in nature. European economic power was shifting from the south to the north, as gradually capitalistic economic relations started prevailing over the feudal. This process could not have been peaceful and manifested itself in wars, political upheavals, revolutions and revolts. The theory of the general crisis is not universally agreed upon. Many argue that the events in Spain, Scotland and China could not have had the same underlying reasons. The Little Ice Age obviously had a global impact, but it was merely a factor exacerbating the existing grievances and processes, therefore it cannot serve as the common underlying cause. Others argue that the doom and gloom of the 17th century are exaggerated, as history is full of other periods with as many wars, revolutions, and other transformational events. For example, despite the increased mortality in the mid-17th century, mainly attributed to 30 Years' War-related consequences, overall, the European population declined by merely 5% due to the population growth in Northern Europe. Nevertheless, the events of the 17th century indeed seem transformational, as Europe was transitioning from feudalism to capitalism, from dynastic monarchies to nation-states, and the theory of the general crisis is an ambitious and compelling work, trying to tie all these global events with a common narrative. We always have more stories to tell, so make sure you are subscribed and have pressed the bell button to see the next video in the series. Please
The main
consider
takeaway
liking,
is that our
commenting, and sharing.
cooperation is
It helps
friends.
immensely. Our videos
You
would
know,
be
it takes
impossible without our kind patrons
little
and
push.
YouTube channel members, whose ranks you can join via the links in the description to know our schedule, get early access to our videos,
there was
access our
probably a
Discord,
Joker
and
speech about
much
it in the
more.
Dark Knight.
This is
Ah,
the
shit.
Kings
I
and
didn't
Generals
this.
channel, and we will catch you on the next one.
Alright, let's check our fuel just because. Anyways, what's next? This is quantum computing, the qubit technological revolution.
What
Heck
quantum
yeah.
computers are, how
By the World
we're
Science
building
Festival.
them,
I forgot. I
what they can
didn't
do, what they
glance at
can't
the
do.
tank.
They're not all
Check, yeah.
powerful godlike devices, so they do have limitations that will.
Anyways, the qubit technological revolution. I did a presentation on quantum computing
Our
and
plan today is to
qubits.
talk about what quantum computers are,
So let's see.
how we're
Let's see
building
how
them,
he does this.
what they can do, what
Let's
they
listen
can't
to
do.
quantum
They're not
computers.
all powerful godlike devices, so they do have limitations that we'll get into as well. Okay, without further ado, let me introduce our esteemed panelists. Our first panelist is a mathematician, computer scientist, physicist, expert on quantum information theory. She was a professor at Tel Aviv University and a researcher at the CNRS in Paris. Please welcome Julia Kemper. Our next participant is the professor of quantum mechanical engineering, that's a thing, at MIT, director of the Keck Center for Extreme Quantum Information Theory. To us, please welcome Seth Lloyd. Next up, our next guest is from the Air Force Research Laboratory in Rome in upstate New York. She's a senior research scientist there and the primary investigator for the Trapped Ion Quantum Networking Group. Please welcome Kathy-Ann Soderberg. And finally, coming to us from IBM in Yorktown Heights, just north of the city, is the manager of the
How's there a little
Experimental
scrap
Quantum
here?
Computing Group, a distinguished research staff member. Please welcome Jerry Chow.
Just a random metal scrap. Oh, because that
So, Seth, let me
robot
turn
that
to you
exploded.
first. Quantum mechanics, weird or just unfamiliar?
Definitely weird. It's I think I prefer the word funky, actually.
Okay,
So-
you heard it. This is the official terminology.
It's the James Brown of sciences.
So how so? I mean, why? And in particularly in terms of computation, what's the special quality of quantum physics?
So in quantum mechanics, things that we think of as being like particles, like basketballs or soccer balls, have waves that are attached to them. And so, I've got this ball over here and it's got a wave, and then like I have the ball over here and it's got a wave. But the funky thing about that is that the waves can add up. So I can have a ball that's both here and there at the same time. And if you map this to a bit in a quantum computer, so this is 0, ball over here, ball over there is 1, then I can have a quantum bit or qubit that's 0 and 1 at the same time.
So Julia, why would that be something
So,
you would actually want?
Why would this? I mean, I want to actually comment on the weird first, if I may.
Funky, please.
Funky, because I think it becomes it depends on your point of view. Coming at it as a physicist with a lot of training in classical physics, it's indeed probably very weird. But if you look at it as a computer scientist, it maybe becomes less weird because we are not spoiled. Our intuition is still is not how can I say biased in any way, and
Comp sci
I view
gang.
it as something which is like probability theory, except the probabilities can be negative or they can be complex, but that is not so essential. And so in that sense, it's not very weird. It's just it requires a bit of getting used to, but it's pretty natural. And so for the qubits, why is it useful to have qubits in being both 0 and 1 at the same time? Because if we have many of those, we can think of having various states at the same time, and we can think of computing all these possibilities at the same time. So that leads us to this massive, what's called quantum parallelism.
So Jerry, can you walk me through like just a quick numeric example of if you have a certain number of qubits, what that means in terms of parallelism?
Yeah, so I mean, one of the, well, as has been mentioned with regard to these qubits, you have these superpositions. And so you might have some number of bits, but instead of bits now you have qubits, right? And in terms of this parallelism, what you're going to actually have is access to a much larger space of possibilities. So if you have n qubits, you actually have, using these principles of superposition and entanglement, you have access to a space of up to 2 to the n possibilities. And so that type of exponential space gets really, really large for rather modest numbers of qubits. In fact, if you get to around n of 300 qubits, you actually have some state space that is greater than the total number of particles in our universe.
Kathy Ann, walk through an extremely simple numerical example. Suppose in fact, we do have, but to take an example, 2 of these qubits. What does that mean in terms of the computational space that we can work with?
So if you have 2 qubits, you have a 4-qubit state space, because you can have each one stored as a 0 plus 1, and the other one stored as a 0 plus 1, so you get 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. Whereas classically, you could only have 0 or 1. You can't have anything in between.
So the computer's, in a sense, in all possible computational states.
Yes, that's right.
Now, Seth, on the face of it, that doesn't sound like such a good idea, because you want to get an answer from the computer, and it's just basically telling you everything.
Yeah, indeed,
fuck that
it's
up.
kind of dangerous. If I have a quantum bit that's 0 and 1 at the same time, and I say, yo, are you 0 or are you 1? Well, I mean, okay, so it's an electron. It's either here, and I bring up a very sensitive electrometer, and it says, yo, are you here or there? Well, it's either going to show up here, say with 50% probability, or there with 50% probability. So it's just going to behave like something that's generating a random number, which is kind of useful, but it's not, if you actually want certainty for your answers, it's not so great. So the way that these quantum computations work, you set up all these waves, and they're wiggling on top of each other, and they're performing multiple computations simultaneously. So you can think of an individual wave, a wave of, say, electron here and not there. That's kind of like a pure tone, like an electron here and not there is like and electron here and there at the same time is. Does somebody want to supply the other tone? Julia's looking scared. It's a chord, so it's you get the computational power from the interference from the kind of symphonic nature. So the idea of a quantum computation, you set up all these waves, they make this beautiful music together in this symphonic way. But at the end of the day, you actually want to have an answer that says yes or no, or 0 or 1. And all the trickery and talent goes into making that happen.
Any problem I care to pull out of the hat, or that my professors give me as a homework assignment, can I turn it into a problem that's amenable to this kind of chord pattern that then reduces to a single pure tone?
That might depend on your artistry, but in general, quantum computers are good at certain things, and we would leave, a lot of other things to a normal classical computer. And of course, you probably all heard of the problem that a quantum computer can solve very well, and that's factoring numbers, very large numbers into primes. And the way it's done, just like Seth was saying, and I was saying, you can think of these amplitudes of a quantum computer as positive and negative numbers. We try to arrange these waves in a way that all the bad answers cancel out, because you can have several ways to arrive at a wrong answer. And what you'll try is have some with a positive amplitude and some with a negative amplitude, and they cancel out. And then you arrive at the right answer, and voila, you get a factor for a very big number. And that's one of the first and most remarkable things that was discovered a quantum computer can do. And I can elaborate on why it's important. Most of you, all of you, I assume, are using credit cards at the machine or over the internet, and you rely on the fact that they are encrypted. And it so happens that modern day encryption is based on assumptions of hardness of factoring or problems of that type. And it's these type of problems that a quantum computer would be able to easily break.
Interesting. Kathy, let me ask you to drill down a little bit more here.
Sure.
So when I think of a computer, I think of it does arithmetic, logical operations. How do you, without going into details, we'll get to some of the details later, but does the quantum computer also have those same elements of it can add, it can subtract, it can do logical comparisons of things?
Yes. Yes, you need all the same similar components to a classical computer to do quantum computing. but the way that you make the gates looks very different than in a conventional computer. And that somewhat depends on the underlying qubit technology.
Okay, and we'll definitely come back to some of the details on that later. But I just want to establish that it's a computer.
Yes.
It has, you look at it, and though it's configured differently, it does have the recognizable qualities of a computer.
Yeah,
Yes.
you could program it in C or in
Yes.
Java, and it has this one additional instruction which says take this quantum bit and put it here and there at the same time. Put in the state 0 and 1 at the same time. So you supplement an ordinary computer language with just one additional quantum instruction, and you're good to go. According, if you can build the thing, of course.
Which we'll see in a little bit. Jerry, what are we up to just in general state of the art about how many qubits we have, and what does that mean in terms of vis-a-vis a classical machine?
Yeah, so there's many different physical implementations of building a quantum computer. The underlying core of a quantum computer we call a quantum processor, and what you basically need to build a quantum processor is something that follows the laws of quantum mechanics and can have this quantum mechanical 0 and 1. And in terms of where we are in experiments, we're looking at building universal-based quantum computers of order of 10 to 20 qubits at the moment, and that's kind of where the state of the art is in the field.
And just for reference sake, 20 bits doesn't sound like a lot actually, but how does that? What kind of power does that endow the machine with?
Well, that's actually very interesting, is because although you might have 20 qubits, you can actually then have this state space of 2 to the 20 possibilities, right? But how much you're actually able to access that then is determined by your coherence time. So there's a metric known as coherence time, which says how good of a quantum state can you actually keep in your quantum processor. And different types of technologies, varying from superconducting to trapped ions, like Kathy Yan works on, have different amounts of coherence time. And so overall, this type of time times the number of qubits, we try to at least my colleagues at IBM, we've started thinking about a metric for this called quantum volume to kind of describe what is the power of a quantum computer.
So walk me through what's a quantum volume.
You can basically think of it as how many steps of these logical operations or these gate operations that you can do, these superposition or entanglement steps, in the amount of time that before all of the quantum information is gone, becomes just classical. And so you have a certain number of steps, and then you have a certain amount of depth in terms of the total number of qubits that are connected to one another.
So Julia, let me ask this of you. If I just have my phone, a classical ordinary computer, and I store information in it, one hopes at least that the computer will retain that for a long period of time. Is Jerry saying that actually it decays away, and why would it do that inside a quantum computer?
So the big challenge for a quantum computer is indeed to maintain these coherences or these waves that are spread over not just one qubit, but over the collection of, in this case, perhaps 20 qubits, and what we call entanglement, these correlations at a distance of these qubits. And it is true that this is what nature does on a very small scale when we describe electrons and so on. But it's also true that we don't observe this in our everyday life. I mean, when you have a bit, it's either 0 or 1. And the reason we don't observe it is that once we start interacting with the environment, once this very fragile superposition is being subject to the surroundings, it's being subject to noise, and these very fragile superpositions will start to what we call decohere, so just disappear. And the point is, of course, that we need to be able to address this quantum computer. We need to be able to talk to it. We need to be able to manipulate it. So it has to be exposed to us, to our, to the world in that sense. And so we're living in this trade-off situation where, on one hand, we need to protect the state. So we would like to just put it in the fridge and never touch it. On the other hand, we have to touch it in order to manipulate it. And this is the big challenge that these experimentalists are facing, to battle this decoherence that invariably comes along with the fact that we're exposed to the environment.
Kathy, walking into your laboratory, what would you see and then walk me through what that represents?
Sure, so I'll talk about trapped ion technology, which is what we work on, and I believe Jerry will talk about superconducting qubits in a few minutes. They're very different technologies, but they're both very advanced right now in the field. So for ions, we trap single atoms, and we hold them. They're charged, so you can hold them using electric fields. So first we prepare a vacuum chamber because, as you just heard, these systems are very fragile, so you need to protect them from the environment. So the trapped ions operate at room temperature, but we hold them in a vacuum chamber at roughly 10 to the minus 12 torr. It's the same vacuum as outer space. So the only thing in there is the atoms that you want to manipulate. And you have a neutral atom source, which is just a piece of metal in a stainless steel oven that you heat up, and then that creates a beam of neutral atoms, which you can put near what's called an ion trap, which is just a collection of metal electrodes. Because, as I said, we trap these using electric fields since they're charged. So you put an oscillating electric field on that trap, and what that looks like to the atom is a rotating saddle. So then that looks like a bowl. And if you drop a marble in a bowl, eventually it'll come to rest at the bottom of the bowl. The trapped ions do the exact same thing in these potentials. And so we shine the neutral atom beam near the trap, and then we have a laser that actually rips one of the electrons off the neutral atom, and that makes our ion. So that leaves it charged. And at the same time, we have to shine a different color of light in, because coming straight out of an oven, the atoms are essentially screaming hot, and the trap potential just can't catch an atom that's going that fast. So you have to cool it down a little bit with a laser. It's laser cooling. And then that allows you to trap it in this bowl-like potential, and then we shine yet another color of light on the atom. And all these different colors of light create different transitions within the atomic structure. So if you could look in the atom, you would see different energy levels inside. And each color of light is resonant with a different energy level. And so the detection light, when we shine it on, it hits a very strong transition in the atom, which excites it from its ground state. So the qubits themselves are held in the ground states of these atoms. There's 2 ground states. And it sends it to an excited state. It's a very short-lived state, and when it emits a photon. And it does, since it's a strong transition, it does that hundreds of thousands of times. And then we collect those photons on a camera. The ion that we're using is ytterbium, so it emits in the UV. If it was a visible color, you could actually see it with your eye. It'd be a tiny speck in
So
the
wait, hang
vacuum
on. You
chamber.
can see atoms.
You can see atoms.
See atoms.
Yep, just like if
What do
you
they look
shine, just like when you shine a flashlight on a ball in a dark room, right? It scatters light, and then your eyes can see it, and you say, "Oh, there's a ball sitting there."
You're actually
So
seeing-
the atoms do the same thing. They emit photons that, if your eye was visible to the UV, you could see them. It would just be a tiny dot on a very dark background. Like
So you
that.
can see a single atom fluorescing.
The
Wow,
darkest,
that's pretty cool.
the brightest star on a very dark sky. Unfortunately, we can't see it in the UV with the
Alright, we're gonna rewind a bit.
and all these different colors of light
Interrupted a bit, but we're fine. We're
create
fine.
different transitions within the atomic structure. So if you could look in the atom, you would see different energy levels inside. And each color of light is resonant with a different energy level. And so the detection light, when we shine it on, it hits a very strong transition in the atom, which excites it from its ground state. So the qubits themselves are held in the ground states of these atoms. There's 2 ground states. And it sends it to an excited state. It's a very short-lived state, and when it emits a photon. And it does, since it's a strong transition, it does that hundreds of thousands of times. And then we collect those photons on a camera. The ion that we're using is ytterbium, so it emits in the UV. If it was a visible color, you could actually see it with your eye. It'd be a tiny speck in
So
the
wait, hang
vacuum
on. You
chamber.
can see atoms.
You can see atoms.
See atoms.
Yep, just like if
What do
you
they look
shine, just like when you shine a flashlight on a ball in a dark room, right? It scatters light, and then your eyes can see it, and you say, "Oh, there's a ball sitting there."
You're actually
So
seeing-
the atoms do the same thing. They emit photons that, if your eye was visible to the UV, you could see them. It would just be a tiny dot on a very dark background. Like
So you
that.
can see a single atom fluorescing.
The
Wow,
darkest,
that's pretty cool.
the brightest star on a very dark sky. Unfortunately, we can't see it in the UV with our eyes, so we have to use a camera. But if you were to walk into our lab, you would see large optical tables that are about 6 feet long by 4 feet wide, filled with lasers, because to do all the different operations, you need different frequencies of light. And then you'd see another vacuum chamber that another optical table, excuse me, that holds our vacuum chambers.
Okay, so let me just see if I follow.
Yep.
You load your system
Yes.
with ytterbium ions.
Yes.
And to perform a computation, just for example, how do you clear the memory? What would be the first step in your computation?
Sure. So usually you start with some number, let's say between 2 and 5 ions is what you would want. So you load 2 or 5 ions, let's say 2 for this example. So we can turn the oven on for a set amount of time, and we shine the laser that rips the electron off to create the ions. And we wait till we get 2 ions. And then we can see them on the camera. And so we initialize the system to a 0 state, just like in conventional computing, you have to initialize your computer to a 0 state. And then if we wanted to put those 2 ions in a superposition, we could shine either a laser or a microwave at them, and that would create a superposition. So you could think of qubits on what's called a block sphere, which is just a unit sphere, where the up z-axis could be your 1 qubit state, and the down z-axis could be your 0 qubit state. So you prepare it in a 0, and then we shine these microwaves or lasers on the atoms, and it causes the population to rotate, basically. And so you just stop when you get to the up state, and you can look at that. It's a trace on a scope.
So for example, I mean, a standard operation, simplest possible operation you might have in a computer is just not.
That's right.
So how would you do a not?
So yeah, you would prepare your qubit in the 0 state, and then you would shine a microwave or a laser beam on it for a set amount of time, and it would cause the population to evolve to the up state, and that's a NOT gate. If you go from 0 to 1, that's a NOT gate. If you left that light or microwave interaction on, then it would go back down to the 0 state, and it would just keep rotating.
So suppose I want to do something a bit more sophisticated, like an AND or something that actually combines 2 qubits. How would you do that?
Yeah, so if you had 2 qubits in trapped ions, the nice thing is that because they're charged, they want to repel each other, but because there's a trapping potential on them, they get pushed together, so they find a happy medium where they sit. But they have a shared motional mode due to this interaction. So they're a lot like a Newton's cradle. If you pull a ball in a Newton's cradle, you see all the balls move together. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And so the trapped ions do the same thing. If you start to shine a laser beam on one and you excite some motion, and it actually excites motion in both ions. And so then you have a data bus that you can get the ions to talk to each other. And if you had 5 ions, you could actually use this data bus to get 1 and 5 to talk to each other directly. So you're not limited to nearest neighbor interactions in the trapped ion system.
And you can use that to combine
That's right. And
data.
then you can use that combined motional mode to get the qubit states to talk to each other and create things like controlled NOT gates, say.
Great. So Jerry, can you kind of repeat that kind of virtuoso performance
Yeah,
for your own lab?
I'll try my best there.
It's going to be hard, I know. What's it like in
that was
there?
kind of
actually?
Yeah,
sick.
so our lab looks a lot different from what Kathy Ann described. And that the reason for that is because the underlying qubit is very different. One difference that the main difference is that instead of actually having physical naturally occurring qubits, in this case ytterbium ions, that you can, all of this work is based off of having really stable atomic clocks. What we're doing with superconducting qubits is to actually engineer and build them on a chip. So it's different. It's a little more integrated. You're actually using lithographic techniques that you know and love today with your silicon processors, and instead of the materials that are in your chips that are in your phone or your laptop, we're using slightly different materials to build superconducting circuits. So superconducting refers to materials that when they're cold, they have basically no resistance. And by using the right kinds of superconductors, you can actually build quantum effects into circuit elements.
So with Kathy Ann, I have a good picture for what the bit is. The ion is either pointing up or rotating in that direction that corresponds to up or the other way. So what's the corresponding? Yeah,
so the way to think about it here is that you're actually building an oscillator circuit. So if you go back to your electrical engineering days, think about the circuits that you might build with resistors or capacitors or inductors. These are various circuit elements. In the case of a superconducting circuit, you actually can use an element known as a Josephson junction. And a Josephson junction is basically a sandwich of aluminum, aluminum oxide, aluminum. And what's phenomenal about this element is that you can combine it with a standard capacitor, and you can make it oscillate in the microwave regime, so around 5 gigahertz. And choosing the right parameters of the capacitance and this Josephson junction, you can isolate it to build a qubit state, so 0 and 1, that resonates at around 5 gigahertz.
So in your case, can you walk through an example? You load your computer.
Right. So in this
clear the
case,
memory.
we have a silicon fabrication facility that builds these circuits. They come out in large wafer form, and then we have to cut them up into smaller chips. These chips are packaged into a printed circuit board, like what you might see inside your phone. But this printed circuit board carries microwave signals, and so the printed circuit board then needs to be cooled down to really, really low temperatures to basically have the qubits function properly. So I said that we use these superconducting materials. And so the materials are niobium and aluminum. And for them to superconduct, and for there to be so little noise that we can actually see these quantum mechanical effects at 5 gigahertz, we need to cool down to 15 millikelvin. So that's, since you already brought up the space analogy, it's colder than outer space as well. In fact, with the microwave background in space, it's around, it's a little under 4 Kelvin there. But we're getting down to 15 millikelvin, wow. Right? And so the refrigeration systems that we build, that we use, they're commercially available, but it's phenomenal that you can just hit a button, turn a key, and cool down these devices to such a low temperature.
In the example of the trapped ions, if you want to execute a NOT operation, you hit it with lasers or microwaves. What do you do in your case? Yeah,
so in this case, it's more electrically controlled. So you're placing this chip inside of this printed circuit board. It's inside of the dilution refrigerator. But then you have all these wires that come down through the refrigerator, and those carry electrical signals. And so to do, say, a NOT operation, what we're doing is basically applying a shaped microwave pulse that's generated at room temperature, so on a set of electronics that sits outside of the refrigerator. We generate a 5 gigahertz signal for a certain amount of time, say maybe 20 nanoseconds or 30 nanoseconds. That pulse gets sent down into the refrigerator, applies just enough energy to flip your qubit state from 0 to 1.
Okay, and then you could do, how would you do an AND or an AND?
Yeah, and then with regards to 2 qubit gates, so our particular architecture connects qubits on the chip. So there's other microwave circuitry that are used to define particular interactions between qubits on a chip. But then those interactions are again activated using microwaves. So just the way that we do the NOT, we might send pulses at a slightly different frequency down into the refrigerator to induce a 2-qubit operation, such as a controlled NOT gate.
So everything you've described is acting on the system. So how does the system act on us to return its information and the result of the computation?
Yeah. So in the case with Kathy Ann, they're sending another laser beam to do the detection, and you can see it with the camera. But with us, what we actually have to do is send another microwave pulse, which is resonant with a detection cavity. So there's actually a resonator on the chip that oscillates at a slightly different frequency, depending on if the qubit is 0 or if the qubit is 1. And so we interrogate this cavity with a microwave pulse, and at very low energy levels, so single photon energy levels at, say, 6 gigahertz. And so that signal goes down into the fridge, gets amplified through various stages, and then we basically have to digitize it to determine whether the qubit was a 0 or 1.
Cool. Seth, just to kind of bring some perspective on the technical discussion here, what would be some pros and cons of the different techniques? Why would you use trapped ions in some cases in superconducting qubits and others?
Well, so pretty much anything at the microscopic level will compute if you shine light on it in the right way via either lasers or microwaves. But some things compute better than others. So what's been happening over the last decade and a half or so is that the technologies for instance, superconducting quantum computing have really advanced by a lot. I mean, I was participated in the early experiments to build the second superconducting. It was a so-called flux qubit. In these supercurrents, you have a little loop interrupted by the subtraction. And so supercurrent going around forever that way, you call it 0. And supercurrent going around forever that way, counterclockwise, clockwise, then you call it 1. And then, supercurrent going around both ways simultaneously, both clockwise and counterclockwise simultaneously, that's 0 and 1 at the same time. So that's how you get quantum into these things. But we'd let them sit for a little while, and then, they'd get kind of completely randomized very, very rapidly. And so these original superconducting qubits were, well, they sucked, let's face it. That's a technical term, right? It's like funky, right? So, but then there was this great innovations, actually, which participated in. I think this was part of your PhD thesis, was developing. People thought, the materials are bad, something's wrong with how we're building these things. But it turned out that it was really much more a kind of a design issue. And by being really sneaky about how you design these systems, you could make them much, 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 much more coherent, so that they could, they could oscillate around, or could perform 10,000 logic operations before these things got messed up. And so with superconducting systems, I think that what you did in your PhD thesis and afterwards was a really amazing innovation. And then which also allowed to because you're building them on these chips, you can put many of them together. So there's a clear path towards scalability. Similarly with ion traps, the first ion trap experiments were done in the mid 1990s, but they were 2-qubit experiments, sometimes 2 qubits. You can still do interesting things with 2 qubits, right? You can search a data space with 4 possibilities, and you can find here, 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 here by only looking once. Like, how can that be classically?
We're about to find out, actually.
Yeah. So what's happening is that there's been also with ion traps, there have been all these advances in integration and making ion traps larger and larger, integrating them with quantum communication lines. So there's been a steady advance in constructing more and more elaborate and complex quantum information processors. Ion traps and superconducting systems are the 2 technologies that are furthest along the way, but there are a whole bunch of other technologies like nitrogen vacancies in diamond, and topological systems, and all kinds of crazy things, because again, pretty much anything will compute. And even though, as Jerry was saying, the 20 qubits, okay, that doesn't sound like a lot, but 2 to the 20 is about 1 million. 2 to the 30 qubits, 2 to the 30 is about 1 billion. 40 qubits, that's 1 trillion. Well, now you're starting to try to manipulate these 1 trillion numbers, 1 billion or 1 trillion numbers, and actually that becomes very difficult classically. So the devices that are being built right now are just at the threshold where we actually can't understand what's going on inside them classically. Previously, we were able to simulate what was happening on a huge, humongous classical computer and try to figure out what's going on. Now we're kind of on our own. It's sort of exploring this quantum frontier, and we are going to be able to try to figure out what's going on them. And then the hope is that when we build these devices, we can use them to build ever larger devices and build quantum computers that have 1,000 qubits or 1 million qubits or 1 billion qubits.
So, Julia, the machines, and it's a great moment to be in historically, that the machines are now crossing over and exceeding the power of our most powerful classical computer. But then how do we know that they're working properly if we can't even compare the result of the calculation of a quantum computer to a classical computer anymore?
Working properly. I mean,
because I don't know about you, but my computer crashes sometimes.
I mean, how can we ensure that they're working properly is maybe a question I can answer, because as you asked, what architecture will eventually win or be the best one, and of course the question we need to answer is which one scales best to a large number of qubits. And in theory, I'm a theoretician, so I'm in a position where I write my papers saying, let's assume we have a quantum computer of 10,000 qubits, and then, but there is a lot of theory developed, a theory of quantum error correction, for instance, where we face the fact that no matter how well Kathy Ann and Jerry perform their jobs, the elements out of which they build their quantum computers will be faulty at some level. There will be a probability that they'll fail, that they'll lose their coherence, and so on. And there actually is a very beautiful theory of quantum error correction that once we are above a certain threshold with the noise in their systems, so once the noise is small enough then we can actually build in redundancy into these qubits in a way that the computation will perform flawlessly. And that's a very nice theory that will then allow us to make the quantum computer work at a larger scale.
So it can fix the mistakes that
It can fix
sneak
the
in.
mistakes, yes.
So I think this might be a good point to talk about how they actually work. And Jerry, I know you've got a demonstration you'd like to present to us.
Well, first, the way that I want to actually motivate this is based off of this search a search algorithm, and it's and Seth already alluded to this. But let's say you have 4 cards, right? And you play the game of Monty, right? You might go to a street corner somewhere and put
Not
some
that
money.
we're advocating you do that.
Don't do that. And so out of these 4 cards, you've got one of them which is different. One of them is a queen. And now we're gonna flip them over, and when you play this game, you're randomly gonna try to find where that queen is, right? So you're gonna try once, and you're gonna flip over a card and see whether or not it's the queen. And so in playing this game, you really only have a 1 in 4 chance of getting it right on your first try. But now, what's interesting about this type of game is we can also ask, well, how would we do this if we had a computer? What does a classical computer do with this game, and what does a quantum computer do with this game? Okay, so in the case of a classical processor, what we're doing is when we flip over these cards, you can think of this as storing a database. In this case, we can also call it an oracle. So you store the database with the hidden set of cards where the queen is properly located. With the classical computer, what you're going to do is, in order to find where it is, you're gonna look at all the possible arrangements, right? So you're going to start with one particular arrangement. Let's start with placing the queen in the first slot, and we're going to take that entry, use it as an input. We're going to do some processing, in this case the green box, where you're going to do some comparison with what's in the database, and you're going to make a decision at the end whether or not it was correct or not. In this case, it was not correct, and you get a 0. Okay, and so now then you can try the next one, and again you're going to get a 0, and then the next one, and this time you get it right, but of course, classically you're going to go through all 4 of them, so after you go through all 4, you see that on average you would have gotten this correct. Basically, you would get it correct after querying this database about 2.25 times, right? So this problem of search, in this case with the classical computer, you can only kind of do this sequentially or by choosing at random. But with the quantum processor, this is where a lot of the ideas of quantum mechanics can come through. And so in the next slide here, with the quantum processor, you have access to superposition. And so just like we talked about how you can be in 0 and 1 at the same time, what you can do with a 2-qubit system is to make a superposition of all 4 of the possibilities, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 1, 1, to represent all 4 of the possible arrangements of this hidden queen. And so we can take that superposition state, use it as basically as an input, call the database just once, perform some processing step. In this case, the processing step involves entanglement, and involves this quantum interference of adding together the waves, and it'll amplify the answer for exactly the right answer. And so every time, no matter what you place into the database, wherever you hit that card, using only one call to the database, you get the right answer using this algorithm. And this particular algorithm is known as Grover's algorithm, and it's a simple case that gives you the sense for what is done differently in terms of processing information on a classical computer versus a quantum computer. And so on the next slide, what you actually would do when you want to program an actual quantum processor is to use this language of quantum gates. And so what you see here is actually a quantum circuit. And as Seth alluded to, the idea of music, we call this actually a score, because it kind of looks like a musical score. And the concept of time really, and time with gates, really has a strong analogy here, because it's like you're playing different notes on these different qubits.
take our break a little bit early. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. All right. With that out of the way, it's just straight building. Straight building. Let's. There's like an hour left tonight. I wonder. Now we're fine. Okay, so. Here. Let's go back to like the beginning of his Monty example. Like, basically the gist is that you can search all solutions simultaneously instead of, exhaustively searching one at a time. And that, the answer will just pop out. It's like, I think the analogy I've used is like those pin toys, those metal pin, like it's all a bunch of metal pins, and then you put it against your hand, and the impression of your hands comes through. That's basically these algorithms for quantum computing. Anyways, instead of your hand, of course, it's the right answer. So let me see. Okay, this is about the beginning of the example. I'm thinking, okay.
Is small enough, then we can actually build in redundancy into these qubits in a way that the computation will perform flawlessly.
Actually,
And
I
that's a
already
very
pretty
nice
much
theory
explained it,
that
so let's get
will
near
then
the end
allow
of
A
it.
superposition of all four of the possibilities, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, and 1, 1, to represent all four of the possible arrangements of this hidden queen. And
All
so
right.
we can take that superposition state, use it as basically as an input, call the database just once, perform some processing step. In this case, the processing step involves entanglement and involves this quantum interference of adding together the waves, and it'll amplify the answer for exactly the right answer. And so every time, no matter what you place into the database, wherever you hit that card, using only one call to the database, you get the right answer using this algorithm. And this particular algorithm is known as Grover's algorithm, and it's a simple case that gives you this sense for what is done differently in terms of processing information on a classical computer versus a quantum computer. And so on the next slide, what you actually would do when you want to program an actual quantum processor is to use this language of quantum gates. And so what you see here is actually a quantum circuit. As Seth alluded to, the idea of music, we call this actually a score, because it kind of looks like a musical score. And the concept of time really, and time with gates really has a strong analogy here, because it's like you're playing different notes on these different qubits. What you see here is really just two of the qubits being populated with these different operations, which realizes Grover's algorithm. And to break it down a little bit further in the next slide, what you see is that these various steps of superposition, the stored database, and the actual post-processing steps are all encoded into these various gate operations that you can apply. And in this case, we can actually run it through and get a result. And I can actually launch this live if
Please, by all means.
yeah.
Why are you switching over? Kathy Ann, you were really one of the first people to actually do this for real in your dissertation work. Can you describe what you accomplished?
Yeah, sure. So we did it with trapped ions. We had 2 trapped ions, and as Jerry just showed, that gives you the 4-element database. And what we did in practice was we had the computer mark a state, and then we would run the algorithm
I just
similar to
noticed
the
that I,
diagram that Jerry
forgot
just
to
showed.
put
It
the
looks
screen
very
back.
similar.
Anyways.
And then at the end, we would see what the probability was that we recovered that marked state. And at the time, the entangling gate that we used, we were just starting to learn to use it. It had just been demonstrated. And so we found the marked state with a probability of about 60%. But Jerry just told you it should be 100%. And that's because the fidelity, that's one way you can measure how good a quantum gate is, the fidelity of our gate wasn't as high as we would have liked it to be, mostly due to technical difficulties. This isn't a fundamental limit of trapped ions. They've since repeated this experiment with 3 qubits recently, in Chris Monroe's group at the University of Maryland. And they did quite a bit better because the technology's progressed now at this point that these gates are at very high fidelities, near the fault tolerant levels that Julia was saying earlier that you need to run these computers.
You were telling me earlier that it was so delicate that so much as look at the laser wrong and it would give you the
Yeah, so we used
wouldn't work.
cadmium ions in my graduate work, and they need laser frequencies that are about 250 nanometers, which is an incredibly difficult color of light to generate. You basically have to quadruple a laser to get there. So you take a laser, you double it, and then you double it again. And doubling's hard, and the efficiency is low. And one of the people in our lab just had the right acoustic sound to his voice that he would unlock our doubling cavities. And so sometimes when he came in the room, he would start to talk, and we were trying to run our experiment, and our laser would shut off. They're very fragile systems. We like the laser.
So Jerry, are you ready to go with this?
Yeah,
This
absolutely.
is actually a live quantum computer.
Yeah, and I wanted to start by just showing a little bit about the interface of what we have. So this is the IBM Q experience. And what we actually have is a lot of content on there for anybody to get started with learning how to program and actually use a quantum
Anybody
computer.
can do this.
Anybody can log in, sign up for an account. We have this library with
Oh,
various
just for the next live
user guides
stream.
for beginners, if you're more
Nah, I'm not
familiar
gonna
with some
program the quantum
mathematics,
computer.
like linear algebra, and even another guide which actually leads you to our GitHub developer repository. But through this portal, you have access to learning about from the basics of a qubit, superposition, entanglement, simple algorithms such as this Grover's algorithm, and we also have a community board feature where we have the ability for anyone to ask questions and our IBM researchers are more than happy to answer.
Julie, I wanted to go back to the thing about the factorized problem. That's, in addition to the search algorithm, the other use of the polar quantum algorithm on computers. So what's kind of the state of the art in that? Factor the number 6 or get that high even?
You can, I mean, Jerry would probably be a better person, but with 20 qubits, you can imagine that you can factor, perhaps with some overhead, I would guess you can maybe factor numbers up to 100, which of course you can do in your head. So at this stage, we are really at a level where we demonstrate things when it comes to factoring. The cryptographic systems that I was talking about that your credit cards rely on, these usually have something maybe up to 1,000 bits. So I think once we get a quantum computer to the order of perhaps 1 or several thousand qubits, then you better stop using your credit cards with the current encryption. So
One thing that I would like to mention though with regards to Shor's algorithm though is that because of the error rates that we end up having with the physical qubits, sure, if you have 1,000 perfect qubits, you might start thinking about Shor's algorithm for 1,000 digit numbers, but with needing quantum error correction and a lot of the best known encodings, you have an overhead that significantly pushes that threshold further. So I think that in terms of Shor's algorithm and a realistic Grover search, you're thinking about probably needing millions of tens of millions of qubits. So
it's a bit further off, but
it's
still, there would come a day where...
There'll come a day when you got to worry about your bank accounts, but the horizon for that is a bit further beyond where we're currently at.
So millions of physical
qubits, yeah. So definitely maybe around a few thousand logical qubits, but the encoding depth is what's going to matter there.
So, Kathy Ann, you were describing also to me earlier that on the one hand, quantum computers take away our privacy by breaking these codes, but they might also restore it. Can you describe some more work you've done for the restoration process?
Yeah, so there's people are working now on, in addition to quantum computing, quantum networking. And what you can do with quantum mechanics for networking and communication, the easiest example to explain it, it's been around for a while, is called quantum key distribution, where you send a message between two parties, say Alice and Bob, using single photons. And because the photons are encoded using quantum mechanics, you can actually make protocols that are ultra secure. And by that we mean they're tamper-proof, meaning that even if an eavesdropper can't get between Alice and Bob to get the signal because they don't have the corresponding information that was encoded in the quantum mechanics. But even if an eavesdropper were to try and grab the signal, the protocols are tamper evident. And so Alice and Bob would see that immediately when they started to talk about the results that they got, and they would abandon the protocol. So yes, it can do things like break break encryption, but it can also provide ultra-secure protocols.
So what are you
depending on
doing
how
in your lab now to kind of bring that into fruition?
So we're working on quantum networking where instead of sending key information, which that just sends information to generate a key and then you would use the key for something else, we and a lot of people in the field are moving towards quantum networking where you actually send quantum information directly over some longer distance link. And so this allows you to do things like ultra-secure communication protocols, or people are also looking at it for distributed computing, where you don't just have one computer sitting there with millions, let's say, of qubits, but you distribute these qubits over a larger space, and you have smaller banks of qubits.
Seth, you once told me, this is a couple years ago now, I hope you remember the anecdote, the NSA funded some early quantum computing work to show this wasn't possible because they didn't want to have unbreakable codes. Can you walk through that?
Oh yeah, so I was at the, I back in 1993 I wrote the first paper showing how you build a quantum computer using these methods of zapping stuff with microwaves and lasers and things like that. And then we started to work with people to build them. And in 1994, I think the first U.S. government meeting to discuss funding for quantum computing took place at DARPA in Arlington and Virginia. And during this meeting, there were a bunch of people, including Peter Shore, were there talking about stuff. And a fellow named stood up and he said, "I'm Keith Miller from the NSA, and I am authorized to tell you that the NSA is interested in quantum computing." And then he sat down again.
You didn't have to kill it.
And everyone went, "Oh my God, somebody from the NSA actually told us something. That's incredible." But it caused such a stir that he stood up again and he said, "Well, I believe I'm also authorized to tell you this. Of course the NSA is interested in quantum computing because our primary mission is to protect the secrets of the country. Up to 30 years for top secrets. We have a whole bunch of information that's out there that's already encrypted, which, if someone could build a quantum computer, could be decrypted, and that would be bad." So, really, what we really prefer is that it's not possible to build a quantum computer. By the way, this is a good person to have funding you. It's like, they call up and they say, "How's it going?" And we say, "Oh, it's terrible. The qubits aren't working. Everything's decoherent." Great, that's wonderful. Here, you're going to give us some more money. That didn't last very long. But then he said, "But because of our secondary mission, if it is possible, we want to have the first one." So.
To bring this back down to more quotidian kind of applications, Jerry, you once described to me some of the molecular calculations you were doing. Can you walk through what you're doing with these molecules?
I think one of the more kind of near-term areas that we'd like to look at application-wise with quantum computers actually is in chemical simulation. So what's actually interesting is it dates back to Feynman in around 1980s when he actually talked about wouldn't it be great to actually simulate nature using something that follows the same quantum mechanical principles of nature. And there's been a lot of theoretical work going into how would you actually map, say, problems in quantum chemistry, for example, electronic and molecular structure, onto physical quantum bits. And it's a really neat idea in the sense that you can actually try and get an analog for a real physical system, such as the energy levels of, say, a hydrogen molecule, but actually run it on a chip, right? Run that simulation on qubits that's inside of one of our dilution refrigerators, and so our team has done various both theoretical explorations and recently experimental demonstrations of how to do some rather simple molecular calculations. So looking at the ground state energy of a simple molecule, just like hydrogen, so 2 H's, and then lithium hydride, beryllium hydride, but very very small at this stage. But it shows the type of trajectory, if you will, of application in the near term, because at some point with these different molecular structures, you get to a point where there's too many electrons in it that it's impossible to, again, simulate on any classical computer. and it can be rather modest molecular sizes that already max out all the computing resource in the world. And there's a lot of potential there for quantum computing to really be a game changer in that field.
Seth, I was wondering if you could merge for me the two great computing tasks of our time, machine learning and quantum computing. Is there a relationship between the two?
Yeah, there's the only way to get information right now is the only way to get a grant right now is to apply to do something with big data and machine learning. And then in physics, the only way to get a grant is to do something with graphene. So the material of the future, along with gallium arsenide. So the real reason is to have something so you can have a grant that's, graphene-based quantum random access memories for the analysis of big data. It's a winner, I guarantee it.
You heard it here.
So it's interesting now that we actually are about to have simple quantum computers that have tens of qubits and say 50 qubits coming up. And I think that there's a reasonable path to think of having up to 1,000 physical qubits over the next 5 to 10 years. I don't think that's unreasonable to expect. What will you do with these devices? Now, because they are quantum mechanical and they're very hard to simulate classically, as Jerry was saying, quantum mechanics, it's famously weird and funky, and quantum systems exhibit funky and strange effects like entanglement and Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen correlations and Schrödinger's cats and statistical patterns in data that are very hard to capture classically. They're counterintuitive. It's hard for classical computers to capture them. So if they can exhibit these, if quantum systems can generate these funky patterns that you can't generate classically, maybe they can also recognize patterns that you can't recognize classically. Now, machine learning is about taking patterns in data and trying to tease them out and show that they're there. So recognizing patterns in data. Machine learning is, of course, very trendy right now, justifiably so. Not really because actually I think it's about to supplant human beings or anything like that, but because actually it's gotten good. There's this thing called deep learning, which when I learned about it like 3 or 4 years ago, I said, "Wow, this is fantastic! Computers will tell us about love and truth and happiness and all this deep stuff." But no such luck. It turns out that these are just electronic analogs of neural circuitry that have many levels in it. So they're deep in that sense. But they actually do problems. They solve problems that are hard to do. Now, if you get inside a machine learning algorithm, like say the Netflix algorithm, where you say, "Okay, what shall I watch today?" and Netflix says, "Well, I think that you would like to see Dirty Harry." But no, for some reason my students don't watch Clint Eastwood any longer. I don't know what it is. But what Netflix is doing is they're actually looking at the preferences of everybody out there who's looking at Netflix, comparing your preferences to theirs, and then doing what's called a matrix completion algorithm to recommend something to you. Now, if you were to program that into a quantum computer, it turns out that their algorithm, which they run it twice a day because it's so incredibly computationally intensive, that if you were to do that on a quantum computer, you could have a quantum computer that had, say, 100 quantum bits, and you could do 10,000 operations, and it would do the same set of operations in a quantum mechanical fashion. So we decided, hey, this is great. We'll call this the quantum Netflix algorithm. But then I Googled quantum Netflix algorithm. It turns out that Netflix calls their own algorithm the quantum algorithm, even though it has nothing whatsoever to do with quantum mechanics. So using quantum computers, quantum systems in general exhibit strange and counterintuitive patterns. This gives you reason to hope that they can recognize strange patterns. And it turns out that the actual stuff that they're doing already for things like factoring numbers is great for actually finding patterns in data. And actually, this is a nice application that people have been using to demonstrate simple versions of these algorithms on small quantum computers.
Obviously, the world as we know it would not be the same without computers. They're just everywhere. They're ubiquitous. Will 50 years from now people say the same thing about quantum computers? Will they be as transformative as classical computers have been?
That's an excellent question. I think a quantum computer will remain, it might be ubiquitous, but it will remain a special purpose device for various things. I don't think it will replace the computers as we know them in its entirety. So I view the future perhaps as you having your laptop, and then a little dangle with one of Jerry's or Kathy Ann's contraptions, and then whenever you need to break into somebody else's credit card or whatever it is that you want to do, you make calls to that to that special device. I think that's more likely picture of the future with a quantum computer in it than, yeah.
So it's more like a GPU inside of an Xbox type
Yeah,
of thing.
I guess.
Than
Yes.
It won't be a literally quantum iPhone. Although Apple may trademark that like Netflix and Verizon, so we should be.
Right.
Well, I'm more optimistic. I think, if you build it, they will come, right? So once we have quantum computers to play around with, which we already do thanks to IBM, over the net, people will play around with, will come up with, more quantum apps, quaps for all.
Did you trademark that? Word?
I trademarked the cloud with a Q.
Questions?
So the 4-card Monty example, I mean,
I
it
wanted
looks
to
to
trademark
me like
the
something
cloud.
that's could basically like
That's what I was gonna call
backwards
this
solve
space.
any kind of cryptographic hash, like as a black box for whatever the hash is.
Start
And yet I hear about
There we
these quantum-proof cryptographic methods, and because it seems like it doesn't matter what the actual hash operations are, how does that, like, what is the general underlying principle for these quantum-proof hash functions?
So hash function in cryptography is like scrambles everything up in a way where we can check it's scrambled up in the proper fashion. And inverting these, so undoing this hashing is supposed to be hard. It's still hard on a quantum. That is, this quantum searching will allow you to get a speed up that will allow you to solve some problems that you would be able to solve classically. But this kind of hashing problem is still hard on a quantum computer. So one of the things that's going on right now, because quantum computers are getting more powerful, though let's face it, basically computer away out of a paper bag now, whereas previously you couldn't computer away out of a paper bag. So, but even the NSA has issued an advisory saying, if you're going to come up with an application that's supposed to still be secure 20 years down the line, it's time for you to think of something in addition, because quantum computers might be there. So people are coming to try to come up with what's called post-quantum cryptography, and I think that you're alluding to some of these problems there.
Now you make me wonder what post-quantum cryptography could possibly be. Can you just give a simple example?
So based on so public key cryptography is a way where I send I buy green coffee beans over the internet and then roast them at home. So
Which you actually do.
yes, I do. Absolutely, yes. It's so much better, so much fresher that way. I highly recommend this. So when I do this, when I try to buy something from Sweet Maria's in Berkeley, this 10 pounds of Costa Rican, then Sweet Maria's sends me a big number, which is a product of two smaller numbers, which are prime numbers. And this is called the public key, this big number. I could use that number to encrypt my information in a way such that only Sweet Maria, who knows the two smaller numbers, can decrypt it. And that's the basis for public key cryptography. There's a public key, which is what they send out there. Anybody can encrypt, but to decrypt, you need to know the private key. They can find the private key given the public key, which would be a very disruptive thing, because I like my freshly roasted green coffee, and I would be pretty pissed off if I couldn't get it. So the idea is you see this as a rather specific protocol, and so what people are trying to come up with are other protocols where quantum computers can't break those protocols, where there's a public key, you can encrypt using the public key, but then you can only decrypt using the private key, but a quantum computer can't find the private key. And so far, there's been mixed success, I would say, about doing this. Nothing's ready for prime time.
I should say, this is also important because even though a quantum computer is not there, you might want to encode your information in a way that nobody can decode it in the next 100 years. And 100 years is a very long time, right? And then we might assume a quantum computer could be there. I mean, a big one, whatever. And the post refers to the fact that even though you encrypt it today, maybe you don't want it to be decrypted in 95 years by one of the successors of Jerry's computers. And there are methods nowadays, in fact, that cryptographers have started to develop, but they are extremely impractical at this. The public keys you would have to transmit are so long that it would take you, hours basically to do that. But it would be wrong to say that there is no alternative, but it's not a practical alternative.
More questions. I saw a bunch.
How does the observer effect play into like retrieving information?
Can you elaborate?
If you tried to like observe the information, it would collapse, right? Like it would just collapse back to 2 bits. So like how do you maintain like the 4 bits or whatever if you're using a 2-bit, 2-qubit?
Yeah, so it's observing it is essential to how we actually make use of a quantum computer, right? Because it has to be something tangible that we can put in. It has to be something tangible that we can take out. So the input will be classical bits. The output will be classical bits. In between is where we make use of superposition, entanglement, and this 2 to the n exponential space, state space. And the key thing is how do you tailor your algorithm to make use of that, so that when you perform that measurement, you've learned something that you otherwise wouldn't have been able to calculate. So it's all about how you define those interferences of the waves through the operations you perform in between.
You only observe at the end. Before that, it's considered to be rude to look at somebody's quantum computer while it's in operation.
So that's part of the difficulty in controlling these very complex systems, is because if you make a measurement, or if the environment makes a measurement without your knowledge, the same thing happens. And so you have to control the system very well so that you only look, or the environment only measures the system at the end of the computation.
So it sounds like a lot of the stuff that you guys are working on is kind of like a straight analogy from a classical computer to a quantum computer, where like a bit is a qubit, and you're working with C0 gates. I was wondering if you could talk about how quantum annealers, like what D-Wave works on, how what you guys work on factors into that, and if there are any sort of limitations using the annealing paradigm, because I know that that's usually better off for like combinatorial optimization problems, but is there any other sort of limitation on what an annealer could do versus what a straight quantum computer could do?
Well, I think the first thing there is just that an annealer is a more restricted type of problem, right? So your hardware, the way that you lay down these circuits in an annealer, you've defined all the couplings between these devices, and you've defined a particular energy landscape that you want to say optimize or refine the ground state for. And then in the case with the systems that we're building, where you have full quantum control over any of the qubits, you really can drive the system to any kind of quantum problem that you want, and so it's reprogrammable in that sense, right? And you can define your optimization landscape in more generality. But maybe Seth, you can also comment on the D-Wave annealer.
I mean, also let me say that you keep on letting people who possess prior knowledge into this room, which makes our lives harder. So, what's that about? So, so a quantum annealer, as Jerry was saying, it's actually a very old idea classically. There's a notion called simulated annealing classically, where you want to solve a hard problem. So you want to find, the minimum value of some function. And many problems are like this, like the traveling salesman problem. I want to find the shortest path that will get me through all the cities in the United States and back to where I started. That's a hard problem. And so what you do is you map this problem into finding the lowest energy state of a physical system. And then you try to find this lowest energy state by annealing, that's why it's called annealing, to get down to this lowest energy state. Now, quantum annealing is a sneaky trick that does this quantum mechanically. You construct a quantum system, a tunable device with up to a couple of thousand quantum bits. And then you set it up so the lowest energy state encodes the answer to your problem. And then you try to find this lowest energy state by kind of using the function quantum mechanical state of fashion from some known state to this unknown state. And either it works or it doesn't. Now, it's an interesting situation because actually nobody knows if this is supposed to work even in theory. And so it's one of these things where if you build it and see what happens, you find that some fraction of the time they actually get the right answer. There's a lot of argument about whether this is happening in an intrinsically quantum mechanical way or not. But I mean, these are very interesting systems. I mean, with very kind of a large-scale quantum system, it's got lots of entanglement, it has thousands of quantum bits, and it's actually a beautiful system just for doing experiments on. I'm going to a conference in Japan next week, or 2 weeks from now, where basically people are going to report on all the experiments that they're doing on these different D-Wave devices to try to figure out what the heck is going on.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut off the questions there. Thanks to all of you for coming.
Thanks to
Be our good friend Minute Physics up next, but for now, the sun's risen. We are getting ready to do something else. Maybe we extend our wall to the rock, maybe we exhaust all our tree branches, and that's it, but we got something else to do. I'm thinking maybe go to the base and start scouting that out and seeing what we can do over there. Now we got our country. I can't go back in our morning beer. The peach fucking compote. Doing pretty much nothing for our energy.
Sweat inside, make me feel like I'm alive. Take this hurt, lady, throw it in my face. Don't let these bones slow you down. 'Cause I'm coming on strong. Grass should have looked greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, short-changing and receiving, girl, you best be leaving me behind. 'Cause I'm old.
still think it's amazing that we could get here with the 0 angle deviation from the 90-degree angle of our previous one. But it'll probably need a bit more deviation to get all the way over here. Then there's the matter of shutting off. I think we'll wall off the forest. That makes sense, right? Wall off the forest and have a watchtower looking into it. That's how a fortification would happen. You want all clear space inside. Probably. The question is, how do we, well, I guess we just go deep into the forest and don't cut our guidance trees that will be telling us where the actual borders are. Maybe we just, border the land. I don't know. We got options. Okay, we got options. Check our fuel. Finish this operation and get a cheeseburger and a beer breakfast. Cheeseburger and a bear for breakfast. After a hard night's work. That's where there's supposed to be more leftover planks. Oh, there they are. Those are only 2, though. There's supposed to be 4 of them. Alright, there's another one. Okay, we got our 4. Nice.
busy staying undercover. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Yeah, 'cause Edith likes eating that easy eating where Wendy works on Wednesday evenings and Donna Lee does her
Have I been missing some long wooden sticks along the way?
with Edith, I'm always worried Wendy's watching
I don't think so.
Donna Lee's gonna be
Never know.
around.
What's worse is Wendy lives by the water. Damn it! Too many W's, he tricked me.
So I choose to keep a low profile and sneak around
What's
like
worse
it's
is
going out of
Wendy
style.
lives by the water.
Balls up in the air. Hell, they call me the juggler.
And then he instantly subverts it with O's. Someone's ex-old man was employed there. It's true artistry. Playing with our expectations. Anyways, I'm being silly, don't mind me.
Three more the month before. Tanya, Tina, and Isadora. Found in a puddle of tears and blood. And Tanya down for 10 to noon. And Tina turned up around 1 or 2. And Izzy used me all night like a stud. But one day Tanya showed up a little late. And Tina turned up a lot early. So fists were flying till Izzy came that night. I'm pretty sure it's the door when it threw me on the floor. I'll try to see it, swore, and long story short, but ain't coming to no ladies come. Ain't maybe someday I'll cause one of them and I'd have to explain that they call me the juggler. And I burn through Trojan rubber like no other. But when I'm not between the sheets, I'm busy staying undercover. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Long summer night with a dead wheel that cry. All the tears I cannot hold inside anymore. You know you broke my heart to a million pieces, and it seemed like it wasn't there at all. But you were to me just like a Sunday breeze. Now I can love you anymore. Long summer night with a dead wheel that cry. All the tears I cannot hold inside anymore. You know when you're not mine, you're all I'm thinking of. A mystery just like an open road. But you came to me with your arms open wide. Now I can love you anymore. 2, 3, 4. Long summer night with a dead wheel that cry. All the tears I cannot hold inside anymore. I feel like going away to somewhere peaceful, somewhere where the river's high and strong. Diving in so deep so I could die in peace. No one will see me anymore. 2, 3, 4. Long summer night with a dead wheel that cry. All the tears I cannot hold inside anymore. I said all the tears I cannot hold inside anymore. All right.
See, we just heard the joke. Not that I mind.
I always have
put in there. That's stupid. I mean, it's not stupid, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm gonna issue the crossbow for the hunter because I'm gonna have to kill puppets at the base. That, I can't exactly retrieve the bolts from them because they'll probably be like inside the base or something. Because, you know, there's that sentry walking around. 2 sentries per base usually. I think 2 at a minimum. Then maybe there's more. Anyways. The peach is still there. Who cares? Gonna have to go back for more cheeseburger. Because, you know, the other MREs just, they ain't doing it. Maybe 2 nunchucks, but we're gonna have just a regular beer this time, no more of the canned beers. Being victorious. Yeah, looks like we're catching up. We're fine.
Seems being the juggler. Maybe someday I'll quit this fooling round, find someone to make me settle down, but I'd hate to be the one to make her suffer. 'Cause one of them days we'd go to town, and one of my friends would flag us down and say, you know why everybody calls him the juggler? And I'd have to explain that they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers, and I burn through Trojan rubber like no other. But when I'm not between the sheets, I'm busy staying undercover. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler.
Yeah, there's the broken down. No, wait, never mind. Maybe that's just what I mistake for a broken down car in the middle of the forest, but it's actually by the road. I'm losing it. In reality, what even is it?
host with the most, John Dick, welcoming you to yet another fierce blood match. The best way to gain fame and fortune is by registering for one of our events. What are you waiting for, scrubs? Sign up and rank up. Now, get out there and paint the town red with blood, you degenerates. Make your mama proud.
Yo, let's do this. Got picture homie rolling. Let me offer my condolence. You don't know just how I'm doing. And the silence gold, I'm broke cause they know him for talking fluent. Got him under the influence, the truest, for talking to him. But upon your ego, bumping him out music, I'm eschewing. I just flew in for the day, gonna have to get explicit. I got love for rappers like I do for my fucking ex-bitches. And I got that pass, though, I'm gonna ask permission if I could kick it. Checking the repertoire, I got that rep on par with the best who did it. Let's get it how I'm living. Shout out to the ones that with them. Think that I wanted a ransom when ends gold dog when I'm in the building. And it kind of ironic, who would've thought that I'd be the hottest? Never came close to being no bitch, but you know Snow was the fucking product. Tell me who won it? Not which word is bound to be iconic, baby, you got it. Let me get that love and that's 100, taking the proof on it. When I'm in the spot and I catch the feeling, raising the roof on it. You know that we gonna be there. Y'all ain't ready. Later, the whole damn city. Whoa, 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 nah, nah, nah. Get up, I know y'all hear me. Show love when I'm in your city. Whoa, 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 nah, nah, nah. I did it for the factory, yo. Did it for the West Coast. Did it better than most. Did it with a little soul. Couldn't do it alone, so I did it for the squad. Now we doing the toe. You know I did it for Detroit. That's why they see me hustle hard. I got the drive and muscle cars and work ethic on my father. Y'all respect him cause you gotta. Love to hate him, but you ought to know you gotta give him props for the way he kept on riding. Now it's fire, 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 I'ma burn it down. These haters all can get the noose, they plan on hanging around. I'm letting loose when they see me, they ain't making a sound. I'm living proof, they turning on you, we been holding it down. But still I put on for my city, man, I put on for my city. Yo, what put on, I suggest you paying dues and you getting busy. Ain't the one to put on anyone that hasn't been riding with me. Whether they friends or they enemies, gonna have to miss me, cause we bout to head. Y'all ain't ready. Later, the whole damn city. Whoa, 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 nah, nah, nah. Get up, I know y'all hear me. Show love when I'm in your city. Whoa,
perfect score.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, bitches. John Dick here, inviting you to join in on the fun as our prisoners disembowel each other for fame, prizes, and yes, the sheer joy of it. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at Deathmatch, Team Deathmatch, Capture the Flag, or Cargo Drop. Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music to start your day.
Surprise, it's the juggler again. We're actually filling up the scrap. Super high. Might have to start upgrading some walls to chain. I keep wanting to say chainmail. Fuck it. Chain link. No. Barbed wire. I'm stupid. I mean, makes your fucking song better. So what, the beat should never be louder than the vocals, never, ever, ever, unless the vocals are also part of the instrumentation, part of the background, like in a trance song or something, I don't know. And it's just, incomprehensible yodeling or something like that. But if you actually want to be understood, yeah, bring the vocals front and center. Absolutely.
Gladiatorial Combat Evolved. I'm your host, John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours.
Let's see how much we
Let's
need for
play
that
some
handmade
tunes,
22.
shall we?
Just gonna need a toolbox on the side. Plenty of metal scraps.
I forgot my pistol. I don't have my gun. When I shoot, I miss. I have to focus right now. The beat, the stakes are running very hard. Drive through. You see my hands are tied. Less bottles are stretched in an open line. Now you see my.
See how that is. probably not enough ammunition in the toolbox. Use that for something else. An extra kunai never hurt. Or two. Alright, not doing the stronghold thing. Outpost. Strongholds? We should call them strongholds. The little things with sentries prowling about, they're strongholds. We're driving to the stronghold. We need to charge the electricity in our tractor. Charge the battery. Deposit some logs. Shit, look at that. It's practically begging to get logged. Log down.
you let it go. I'ma let you know. You're somewhere in between my legs. Hey, you know there ain't another girl like her in the city. Yeah, you know she looks so good, but she ain't so pretty. I can't believe I wrote so long. With this whole time you riding me wrong. Don't you know you oughta take a risk, try your best, give it to me straight. And don't deny your reply, I don't wanna wait. We're at the end of the road, it's time to let go of everything. There ain't another girl
I think we're gonna put a large log shed by the base just so that we can have a supply chain. I don't know. Let's see what we need. "14 bolts and 14 toolbox." Let's pack a lunch, actually. Just in case.
Scumbags. Are you ready for another day of carnage and chaos? I know I am. For those of you who don't know me, I'm John Dick, your guide and confidant on this journey of mayhem. Get ready to get bloody. Welcome, friends, to Scum Island. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can register for one of our glorious events. Gain fame and prestige, or die trying, or both. And don't forget, the bears are more afraid of you than you are of them.
Never-ending distance with you and me. Waiting for you, waiting for you.
like we get into a heist movie. There's the hatch. Okay, we have the bolt in the toolbox. We're gonna need some planks. I think like 10, maybe. We'll see how many we can just roll up with. Alright, we need 6 more wooden planks. Perfect. Let's see if we can hide behind this thing. We probably can. We should be able to. Yeah, what if we stand up? We should be hidden. Looks like it's working. Okay. Either that or it's set to ignore everything behind the fence and I'm just being, dramatic. Overcautious. No such thing as overcautious, I say. the end of it all, one wood plank left. Oh, whatever. Let's get transporting. Where's the transporter? We gotta decide what our next move is. I feel like an external fence that we can hide a tractor behind. Right, just like along this wall, along this fence. And then go for gold, probably. Seems like the best strategy, the best move here. anything to cut small logs. Ah, boy. Ah, boy. We forgot about that. Choo, 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 choo. I think we have no choice. We gotta go back. Or at least we, started something. Just use this opportunity to survey the rest of the compound, I guess. And come back with the fucking katana. Jeez. Pretty wide open fields. What's running around even do with that main entrance? That's the honey. That's the money shot, honey pot. Gunny spot. Whatever, man. Looks like the plan of attack would just be one long fence. From the opening area all the way to that stuff. It's possible. Advanced tractoring. Here we go. Sometimes you just gotta drive all the way back thanks to a single silly mistake. Staging area, that's what I think it's called. Staging area. We're fencing off our staging area so we can load things, bring things to be used without the watchful eye of the thingy guy, the guy thing, the man-child, the robot sentry. One of those things to do. Just because, you know. Jeez. Anyways. Try driving straight this way. See if we can get there from here, like that. Cut out the middleman, all the roads. We're libertarians, we don't need roads. Roads are just state propaganda, statist propaganda. That's right. I ran into a road doesn't mean anything, okay? Just found a faster way to get to the road, I guess. means we go west from here to get to our airfield. Pretty much. Kinda, sorta. I don't want to gamble that way in a minute. I'm being silly. We still need to go over here, so. I don't know about that way, probably. Who knows? I feel like I'd want an extra wall just for super safety. For super duper safety. Because these things will shoot at your vehicle even if it's unoccupied. They're just like, foreign entity detected, must blow it up. For no reason. But other than just being rude. Explosive puppet somewhere. But he's no longer there. Let's take that, put that in your fucking cracking pipe. Best way to proceed, best way to proceed. I'm not sure. Okay, I got an idea. I've got the idea here. Take these. Chop them both up and cover the shed. And then, I don't know what we get. For some reason, I thought fucking 19 divided by 3 was... No, 18 divided by 3 was 9, but no, it's 6. So silly. Silly! I'm gonna have to investigate the other side of that fence. There was nothing there. Now just gotta wait for him to be in a favorable position. That is going, what is it? Southward? Southward. Him being southbound. I guess it's not really called a branch shed, is it? That's unfortunate, though. I gotta take it out. Ah, I didn't flip it. Whatever. It's not like I'm gonna upgrade. It's just for blocking line of sight. But still. So you're just transport them like this, a few at a time, instead of crafting them into bundles and then uncrafting them. This is probably better.
Picking up the pieces of my busted life. If she walked into this room tonight, I'd say, baby, won't you come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a baked potato. Just spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but another instead. I wanna hate her, but another instead.
questions. You ain't giving this a chance to burn its light. 'Cause I'm coming up strong. Grass should have looked greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, she'll changing and receiving. Girl, you best believe in me behind. 'Cause I'm over easy. I'm over easy. And I'm over easy tonight.
Alright, this complicates things. There's gonna be a cargo drop. Oh. This one we can skip, I believe in us. Even though it's like the only one in a stream session. It's fine, it's fine. Nothing in there we need, probably. Would only serve us to get more money. Oh, we got plenty. We're fine. We can skip one cargo drop. It's much more fun and important.
Fell in love with a girl downtown, then she walked away. A heart of coal with sticks and stars, they put me here today. Hooray. Gonna leave for a while, walk out the door, forget my troubles and move to Memphis, maybe change my name. Since you left me, crying at your door, I'll never be the same. I'll never be the same. We walked a while on down the street with those pretty eyes of yours. You took me down to the ocean, you kissed me on the shore. You told me then that we've reached the end, beneath that setting sun. I hate you so much, I stole your bicycle. It's all said and done, now honey, you won. Gonna leave for a while, walk out the door, forget my troubles and move to Memphis, maybe change my name. Ever since you left me, crying at your door, I'll never be the same. I'll never be the same.
stuck. I just decided to go backwards. Just gotta really see how this changes this route. It looks like I can confuse it with sound. The most important thing is that he just doesn't turn. Like get past that barrier. Decides to be stupid. whoops. Didn't mean to turn off so soon.
someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. We laughed and joked and skipped along the way. Wondered if we'd ever be nostalgic for these days when we are old and gray. Sat with a sad old man in a dark cafe. I asked him what he's living for. He said not much these days. You are young, you best be on your way. If you want to be a fiddler someday, you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. All day and on into the night. Got there just before the shining early morning light. When it was such a sight. Is you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. You're dreaming you will be a fiddler, an astronaut, a man that's on TV. We do it, yeah, don't just wait to see. 'Cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away.
guess that's just his patrol route now. Probably could have seen it from the base.
tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. She spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but I love her instead. I wanna hate her, but I love her instead.
The sticks and stones, they put me here today. Hooray. Gonna leave for a while, walk out the door, forget my troubles, and move to Memphis, maybe change my name. And since you left me right at your door, I'll never be the same. I'll never be the same. We walked a while on down the street with those pretty eyes of yours. You took me down onto the ocean and kissed me on the shore. You told me then that we've reached the end, beneath that setting sun. I hate you so much, I stole your bicycle. It's all said and done, now honey, you won. Gonna leave for a while, walk out the door, forget my troubles and move to Memphis, maybe change my name. Ever since you left me, right at your door, I'll never be the same. I'll never be the same.
choose to keep a low profile and sneak around like it's going out of style and try to keep these balls up in the air. Yeah, they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have to be lucky. Sometimes I wish I had me a twin, because it takes a lot of steam making all that hubbub. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Yeah, but I had 3 more the month before. Tanya, Tina, and Isadora. That all ended in a puddle of tears and blood. Ran Tanya down for 10 to noon, and Tina turned up around 1 or 2, and Izzy'd used me all night like a stud. But one day Tanya showed up a little late, and Tina turned up a lot early. So fists were flying till Izzy came that night. I'm pretty sure at the doors when they threw me on the floor, while Tanya and Tina punched and kicked and swore. And long story short, I lost the fight. Yeah, they call me the juggler. They come and go, but there's always another. Pleased by just what ladies ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Maybe someday I'll quit around. I'll find someone to make me settle down, but I hate to be the one to make her suffer. One of them days we go to town, and one of my friends would flag us down and say, "You know why everybody calls me the juggler?" And I have to explain that they call me the juggler, and I always have to be lovers, and I'm a Trojan rubber like no other. When I'm not between the sheets, I'm busy staying undercover. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler.
I've done this before. Forget what you said and what you swore. 'Cause the sight line goes over the tree line. Lord, it's so much easier letting go when you know that you got nothing to fear, because you're safely standing miles around. You never see it because you're nowhere near. While the bomb drops all the way across the sea. All the way to me. Well, I chose this life, now it's choosing me. And how it interferes with the lives we lead. And I can't read your eyes, they're just sending hollow lies for free. And my left brain, it tells me never again, there's nothing left. Nothing left. Just go home now. Skin and bones.
fucking take. Like it.
Make me work, make me sweat inside, make me feel like I'm alive. Take this hurt, lady, throw it in my face. Don't let these bones slow you down. Cause I'm coming on strong. The grass should have looked greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, short changing and receiving, girl, you best believe me behind. Cause I'm over easy tonight. Speak the truth, spit it out, I'm waiting. Don't leave me contemplating my own life. Save the bullshit for another man or lover. Don't need a 40 clover to decide. Cause I'm coming on strong. The grass should have looked greener. I need a true believer in disguise. If I'm loving you wrong, short changing and receiving, girl, you best believe me behind. Cause I'm over easy tonight. Oh, oh, hey. Oh, oh, hey. Oh, hey. Yeah, cause I'm over easy tonight. Who wants a lady without the thrill of chasing a ticking cotton candy from a child? Too many answers, and all we need is questions. You ain't giving this a chance to burn its light. Cause
Looks like I was ran over.
Driving rain, if on John's out hitting on the liquor gain. It want too late about 10:30 when he let loose for the cat trick. Then it was Sunday. Well, that morning came and morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said I ain't got no money if you cannot pay me away with these dancing shoes. Thought I was kidding. Father, what you owe me? I can't count on anymore. He's coming knocking on our door. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house.
fill some small sticks and get out of here.
Kill or be killed. That's how it works here on Scum Island. My name is John Dick, and I'd like to invite you to join us as our prisoners mutilate each other for fun and prizes. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can register for one of our glorious events. Gain fame and prestige, or die trying. Or both. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
That guy just popped out of nowhere.
All the things you can't explain, that they ease the pain, that they keep you sane, that they ease the pain, and it over yet, over yet. It's an aim at your request. No foreplay, no accidents, no foul play, no accidents, no accidents, no insurance claims. No accidents. You're the reason I'm going to prison. You're the reason I'm going mad. You're mine.
It's still a slightly gray.
All mine. You're mine. All mine. And don't let 'em call you. Don't let 'em call you. Don't let 'em call you. Don't let 'em call you never again.
If I had a camera, I'd look right at it. Just a hiking backpack right on the ground. Fresh and red. That's nice. Nice eyes. don't think I can put a ghillie on my improvised shotgun, can I? I don't know if I tried yet. Boo.
Yeah, murder is fun, but have you tried Indian food? The shit's amazing. I'm John Dick, and today's match is brought to you by Pong's House of Curry. So good, it'll make your asshole bleed for weeks. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. And don't forget, the bears are more afraid of you than you are of them.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far, holding your breath still. You jump the fire, we'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, it might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong
John Dick here, thanking you for joining us for another glorious battle. Once you're ready, be sure to sign up for one of our mini events. Challenge yourself against other prisoners. Team up and overcome for blood and glory. Now get out there and paint the town red with blood, you degenerates. Make your mama proud.
I can't breathe, my lungs are full of smoke. Don't recognize this town no more. Strip back to the core. Leaving what you want to work. Believe it's just your vibe. Strip the land of what you need. Then turn a blind eye. Once a skull, forever gone. Take, don't appreciate. Fake now, it's not too late. In the tree, juvenile. I'm fighting for a change. No, I won't take it lying down. Nature's not to blame. I should change. I'm fighting for a change. No, I won't take it lying down. Nature's not to blame. I should change. Leaving what you want to work. Believe it's just your vibe. Strip the land of what you need. Then turn a blind eye. Once a skull, forever gone. Take, don't appreciate. Fake now, it's not too late. Let the tree rejuvenate. Once a skull, forever gone. Take, don't appreciate. Fake now, it's not too late. Let the tree rejuvenate. I'm fighting for a change. No, I won't take it lying down. Nature's not to blame. I should change. I'm fighting for a change. No, I won't take it lying down. Nature's not to blame. I should change.
Lost track of the forest through the trees, forgot what I was chasing. Spent so many nights living out at sea that my heart is gone vacant. Everybody who was close to me all stayed on dry land. So now I'm driving back on Interstate West. I just gotta feel something. Not gonna wait till the morning, because something's gonna change my mind. I don't wanna change my mind. Oh, I wanna stay right here, chilling with my friends for another year. I would walk away from the spotlight for the good life. Come on, turn your hate into poetry, pain into power, enemies to friends, and your minutes into hours. I would walk away from the
Alright, I gotta use the bathroom. So, I mean, for real. Like, I just used the bathroom and I just gotta, you know. Anyways, be right back. Alright, I checked our repertoire for videos. There's like a fucking 5.5 minute video on a better way to picture atoms, which I just think they're going to talk about the electron cloud rather than electron orbitals. Well, no. Orbitals are clouds of probability instead of, thinking about it like electrons orbit planets. Who knows? I don't think you would go into that much depth in 5.5 minutes. But then, it's a 3-hour video on quantum electrodynamics. And we have just over an hour for the stream, so I don't know, it's just more building and a random video, I suppose. No more learning. Which, Big Brain Bob makes him sad. He really wanted to learn more about physics. He needs it if he wants to fire his crossbow more accurately.
Dancing and talking and steaks on the grill, and I think that I will be alright. And my ex from high school still looks just the same as she did back in 2009. Not gonna wait till the morning. Let's never put the night on night. Never put the night on ice. Oh, I wanna sit right here, chilling with my friends for another year. I would walk away from the spotlight for the good life. Oh, come on, turn your hate into poetry, pain into power, enemies to friends, and your minutes into hours. I would walk away from the spotlight for the good life, for the good life. And they all said I was crazy for leaving my money, but it never made me happy alone. Life is just too short to never do what you want to. What do you want to do? Oh, I wanna sit right here, chilling with my friends for another year. I would walk away from the spotlight for the good life. Oh, come on, turn your hate into poetry, pain into power, enemies to friends, and your minutes into hours. I would walk away from the spotlight for the good life, for the good life.
Gladiatorial Combat Evolved. I'm your host, John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can register for one of our glorious events. Gain fame and prestige, or die trying, or both. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
our guy has enough money to buy all these airplane kits. Maybe we should give him a late night visit. Just in case. I mean, it couldn't hurt, right? Before we get back to, official work on this frickin' still mad about that century. Still mad. Cheated. Damn cheating century. But I kind of see why people disable them. Even if they did, no damage, the fucking bleeding out alone would get you. But I guess. The one thing I'd like to see, though, is that you can't bleed out through your limbs. I mean, unless it's fucking severe. But you know what I mean? It's a pretty minor place to get hit in any of your limbs. In your vital zone, that's where you should worry. Although, I guess they can't really simulate all your arteries. Just oh man, they actually hit the femoral artery in your legs rather than just some minor place in your leg, right? Whether they hit a major artery or a minor one. / vein, I guess. Veins aren't that important. As important. So maybe the vena cava. Right? I think that's what it's called. The aorta is the artery and the vena cava is the vein. In your neck, the ones in your neck. Anyways, don't mind me, I'm just, saying shit. Yeah, let's go to our little bathroom. It's our bathroom car. Yeah, only the cheeseburger gives me energy. Come on now. Yes, it's another box of cornflakes. We got plenty to buy, but we got plenty to buy with, too. Because, they're giving us all these aeroplane kits. Cornflakes and beer. Oh, or fucking get drunk with cornflakes, drive to the outpost. I don't know. Well, whatever. Just eat the cornflakes first. It helps absorb the alcohol or something.
So keep your eyes on the road and your head in the stars. Follow it down the rabbit hole just a little while longer. You can change anything if you want to. Said it's not worth living if you're already dead. It's not worth saying if it's already said. Even if it all goes straight to your head. Believe it if you want to. Believe it if you want to.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, bitches. John Dick here, inviting you to join in on the fun as our prisoners disembowel each other for fame, prizes, and yes, the sheer joy of it. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at Deathmatch, Team Deathmatch, Capture the Flag, or Cargo Drop. Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music to start your day.
if my pocket's empty, I don't really wanna go to work. No, no. It is so sweet under the sun. I'm gonna take my time, 'cause I don't really wanna go to work. It is so sweet under the sun. And even if my pocket's empty, I don't really wanna go to work. I love the sun. I love the sun. It is so sweet under the sun. I'm gonna take my time, 'cause I don't really wanna go to work.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine. All right. We're okay to drive. Just peachy.
Kill or be killed. That's how it works here on Scum Island. My name is John Dick, and I'd like to invite you to join us as our prisoners mutilate each other for fun and prizes. The best way to gain fame and fortune is by registering for one of our events. What are you waiting for, scrub? Sign up and rank up. Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music to start your day.
There was a hazy day downtown L.A. where I met her on an elevator on its way up to the hotel room of my fiancée. But I never made it there 'cause she come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a baked potato. She spinning me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but I love her instead.
I wonder if there's a power station
We caught the red eye to Dubai.
he's following these fugitives.
She was blowing through my nose like it's going out of style. It's interval lines, a sensible guy. But that guy died when she come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a baked potato. She spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but I love her instead. Oh. Well, I lost my job and all of my money. Most of my friends and half of my mind. So messed up, it's a little funny. And I thought for sure that she was mine. One night, I'm gonna strike me tonight. Picking up the pieces of my busted life. And she walked into this room tonight. I say, baby, won't you come tearing through my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a baked potato. She spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but I love her instead. I wanna hate her, but I love her instead. I was running from myself. You were giving nothing else. I cut you off. You were the one I despised. When really, it should have been me. Love is not
It's like the 4 elements. What? I think there's a green backpack. Hope I find one of those. I think the black one's the one. Alright, okay, yeah.
If you want me to buy that, you better give me good price. Yeah. See you later.
I should buy like 10 cheeseburgers. Maybe more. Those things. Let's see how much he has in stock.
If you're trying to rob the place, that thing registered. Kidding. Nobody cares.
But I guess I learned. Maybe the bulletproof vest will protect me for a spell. If a sentry decides it wants to hit me in the vitals. Either way, I'd probably bleed out through my arm, right? Bleed out through my pinky. He's got 17 in stock. I'll take your whole stock of cheeseburgers, mate. I'm serious here. I got a serious hunger. Cheeseburger. Hell yeah. I should have, like, you should be able to cook a cheeseburger. You should be able to cook more. I bet that's the next one. There's going to be a update 1.8. It's going to be the chef update. There's going to be a guy with a chef's hat on the cooking up all sorts of stuff. And we're going to be able to cook all sorts of stuff.
It's going to unload it. Security reasons.
Hell yeah.
Obviously.
Hell yeah. I just want to cook a cheeseburger on an open grill. That'll just be my scum experience for everything. I forgot what I was even doing. I bought my cheeseburgers. Have my money here. Could buy ammunition for... Sure, you should be selling a drunk guy these guns, mate. But it takes so much to break down a sentry, it's not even worth trying to stock up to accomplish the feat. Anyways, it's not like we care. We're just gonna be doing the thing, you know. Hold on, let me see how drunk I am. Oh yeah, fucking blasted, mate. I don't know what I want. I want more, ooh, I know what I want. Range rifle. We see rifles. What rifles do we have? We can get an old M1. And a little grand action. That's always fun. Everything else, just lame. Lame, I tell ya. We could get an old 6-shooter. Just buy every revolver and do nothing but use revolvers. There's no... I don't think... There is...
Alright. Let's do this.
Yeah, let's do this, mate. Just talking about gun spinning action. Spin a revolver. Can only really do it with a single action. Don't try to spin any other gun but a single action revolver. That's my
guns come unloaded.
That's my advice to you.
Obviously.
Shit. Ah, shit, mate. Alright, this is my cheese. cheeseburger. Hey, I'm gonna close your door because I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. Look at me, Mr. Considerate. Yeah. So considerate. Alright, let's see what let's see, cornflakes. That's right.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around.
Alright, ma'am. I'm gonna look all over here then. I'm feeling free. Alright, let me see. What was the cereal? Got any, man? You got some canned... Is that canned cheeseburger? Hold on. Hold on. It says spam. 25%. Okay. Why does it have a cheeseburger on the case? Should be like a pork or something. I don't think it's the spam is even in the right shape to make spam burgers. It's some shit. Stealing, we do not accept. It's black. Huh? Okay, man. Just take some cornflakes. How many do you have? Holy shit, man. You're loaded. 35. Not quite. I'll get 10. I'll do 10 for you, baby. Yeah. Actually, let me also, let me get some spice. Let me get some spice for this sugar. Let me get some... I'm sure that has all sorts of nutrients. It's a mix. It's like nutrient mix, only, you know, spicy. Just do it when I'm vitamin K deficient. I don't fucking know. This looks like, hey, spices make sense, right? That'll help me. Want anything else from this guy? I got plenty of drinks at home. But, you're not looking so hot, man. Oh. I'm sure I'll be fine. Let's see how we've. I guess we go home. Hell yeah, dude. Let's do it.
His whip to enslave. It's the only way that he'll
What the hell? Shit. Yeah. The faster you go, the better you drunk drive. That's the equation. Look at that. Everything falls into place the faster you go. Because, we learned about general relativity, space, time, perception. Even though we also learned that it was a fundamental error to think of space and time as one thing. Because then you get into stupid shit like infinite mass black holes and infinite mass at a singularity or some shit. Anyways, that's my insight for you. You can take that one to your physics teacher. Tell him that Einstein's a fuck up and he never amounted to anything. He couldn't drink like me. Watch Einstein drive drunk like this. Fucking amazing. Fucking Poindexter invents a fucking theory. He thinks he's hot shit. Look at me weave through these trees, mate. That's what I'm talking about. Take your Nobel Prize and shove it. See, there's something red over there. I see it. It's in focus. You better not disappear, that damn red thing. I saw it. I saw it in the distance. Clear as day. Red. I'm heading for it. I'm heading right for it. I'm gonna look at it. It was right there. I'm on it. Hot on the heels. Okay, so it is a blueprint. But why did it show red when we were in the distance? Just like, oh, you can't possibly put anything in there because, you're like 1,000 miles away. You're like, no shit, Sherlock. I don't have to be Einstein to figure that out. Who's yelling at me? Why are you yelling at me? You have this. You have this. Bang. Someone else is yelling out. Hey, you. Bang. Bang. Hold on. There you are. Ah. Bam. I'm like a lighthouse. Lighthouse in the dark. Searching for missing sailors. I don't know. Where the hell is that? Where the hell did she warp off to? Where the hell did you die? Is that you? That's probably. Yeah. I got the Holy Grail. I got the Holy Grail. I got the flare. I know just what I'm gonna do with it too. Fucking teach this fucking cabin to be dark inside. I like to see how you handle being flared. Boop. Hold on. This goddamn fucking. Never fucking. Always has its. Those reverse lights on. Or fucking turns off when I wanted to. Okay. Okay. Look, I may be drunk, but I know that stuff. I know how to not keep the lights on. Give me credit for that. Okay? Give me credit for that. I need. Hold on. Bitch. Yeah, let's see, it'd be dark now. Yeah, it's lit up in here, isn't it? Isn't it? It's lit up. It's bright. Where are we? Look, I can see. I can see in here. Look at this. Here, go upstairs. Hiya! Yeah, that's what I thought. It still lights up down here, huh? Fuck yeah, that's great. Yeah, fuck yeah. Alright, let's stock the fridge. Oh, look at that party over there. anything respawn already? Hold on. No, it didn't. I just must have missed the bait earlier then. Let's figure out what we'll need from this slogging operation here. That's the wrong vehicle. The wrong vehicule. Looks like this one's all clear. Let's head over there now. I heard some yelling. Someone's mad. I don't know who's mad. I'm gonna go find the mad one. Give him something to be mad about. Shit. Yell at me like that. Who do you think I am? Ah, come on, how did I miss that? Hey, all's well that ends well, right? We got all our stuff. We got everything. We're happy. Yeah, I forgot I don't even have any wood or any construction stuff in this place. Man. Well, let me just... yeah, hold on. This is it. This is the way. There we go. What I was thinking is that's the end of things. Kind of at a reset point. No one really cares. No one needs to know about the new model of the atom. We can skip that video. But next time, when we come back, we'll be in our electrophysics lecture. Only a 5-hour stream tomorrow. Right? Hold on. Let me just remember if I get my times right. Yeah. Okay. It's only 5 hours. And then, I don't know. I think we're doing just fine here in single player. I don't think there's any point to the multiplayer servers, but maybe I'll check. Maybe I just checked at an inopportune time. I saw that there wasn't very much activity because that's not the active, the peak times that anyone's playing. Could be, could not be, but servers being severely under capacity, if not empty. And, yeah, I just don't know why you'd want a single player experience with lag. That's fucking weird, mate. Anyhow. Yeah, that's all for today. We might rejoin Bob, and regardless of what happens, I'll see you all